Hello. Welcome to this Monday. Today is a holiday in Canada. It is Canadian Thanksgiving. I don't celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving. Part of that is just my family never really has, but also part of it is the whole, you know, destruction of Indigenous culture related to Thanksgiving that I'm not okay with. And the more I learn about Indigenous history and culture, the more disgusted I am by things like Thanksgiving, and I just don't participate. I don't need to sit and be gluttonous and pride myself on being like a white colonizer, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just don't. So, anyway, today's a holiday. It is also reading week for me, so I'm taking advantage of that by getting caught up in study and work. So, yeah. I will be doing forest sessions. Hopefully some people can pop in and join. I'm probably going to alternate working on some reading between both of my classes. My glasses are dirty as usual. I have to clean them. I will be alternating between my stats research class and my theory class. Yeah. I don't know what you're working on today. I will get into my beverages in a second. I just have to clean my glasses because it's driving me crazy. I hate that. I hate when my glasses are dirty. It's one of my big pet peeves. It even drives me crazy when I'm talking to somebody and I can see that their glasses are smudgy or have fingerprints on them. It's like, I don't know why. It's just, you need to be able to see clearly, right? So I'm always cleaning my glasses. I only need them for reading, but I have offered to clean other people's glasses. Yeah, it's not to be rude. It's just people need to be able to see clearly. It's important. Vision is important. So I always walk around with like a microfiber cloth and some cleaning solution because I'm a nerd. So yeah, today's a nice day. I was going to start around noon. That was my plan, not 2:00 in the afternoon, but I really did not sleep well last night, like at all. I went to bed really late and I was tossing and turning, and I didn't end up sleeping very well, so I slept in late, and then that's when my study's late. I had a lot of running around kind of stuff to do this morning, and as I mentioned in previous streams, I'm moving soon, so I wanted to just, I don't know, I don't do well when I sit down and try to, like, today's packing day, and I just do a long, because ADHD, my squirrely brain can't work straight like that. So I have to divide tasks. So today I've been, build a couple boxes, go do something else, come back, fill those boxes, label them. I need a spot to put the boxes too. And this house has 3 floors. And the most convenient spot, of course, is in the basement. But that means bringing all the boxes down to the basement and then bringing them all back up on moving day. And that's a pain in the ass. So ideally, I'd like to have them on the main level. But I have all these giant bookcases packed with books. So I can't really pile boxes in front of the bookcases because that's bad. So I'm going to have to pack the books first. I'm hoping to do that tonight just to have a space to actually put boxes. I hate moving. It's such a pain in the ass. And this will be my 3rd move in 2 years, which it's a record for me. Usually I stay in a spot for like a decade. The reason I've moved so much is, one, I moved from Toronto to this city to take a job. So that was my one move. I stayed in the first house for a year, but people kept stealing my stuff. The neighborhood was super sketchy. They kept like stealing packages, trying to steal my e-bike, like all of this stuff. And I figured it was a matter of time before they were in the house. And at one point they were using a knife to cut wires, like insane. So I had filed 3 police reports in 2 months, and I finally said I can't stay here anymore. So then I moved to this house, second move, and this is great. It was really close to my work, and this house is owned by a police officer, so super safe. There's a locked garage to put my stuff in. outside. I've had no issues at all living here. It's been fantastic. But I'm moving back to Toronto. So I've only been in this house a year. It'll be a year November 1st, and then I'm moving again because I need to get back to Toronto. I can't stay in the city. Being in the city, I feel like I'm crawling out of my skin. Like I need to go back. I'm happy there. I'm healthy there. I feel good. So that's where I need to be. That being said, I have to pack. I have 2 job interviews this week. If things go well, I'll be getting things moving very quickly. I'm trying to get on top of that, but because that means I will be moving probably end of October, early November. I have 50 million assignments due right at that time. So I'm trying to get on top of my reading, my assignments, so that I can not mess up school while I'm moving and starting a new job. All of this is crazy, but it's good. It'll be good in the end. I'm hopeful and positive, and yes. So nobody's here, which is fine. It is Monday. I know a lot of people are back at work and school. I don't know if it's a holiday where you are. It's probably not. I think Canada is just a weird situation. So I'm going to do my own room. Like nothing fancy. I'm not going to create a room because nobody's here. So it's just me. So I'm going to start this. I do have snacks. I have my protein chips. I don't want to eat those right now, so I'm not going to. I'm planting. I have peanuts, a little jar of peanuts, because, beverage-wise, I always review my beverages, which is hilarious. I don't know. In this frosty glass, I have Diet Coke. In this Halloween Starbucks, this actually glows in the dark, which is kind of cool. This one just came out. It's all condensation because it's warm here today. This is raspberry iced tea. And then in my Halloween Stanley, full. This has water and I think it's an Alani. Can't remember. Yeah, it's an Alani and cherry twist. It's just little flavor packets that you add. Costco didn't have them for like a month now. I want more, so I'm going to see if they have them again. They had them consistently for a couple months and then they just stopped. So let's see. Because I really would like to get some more. They do not. They probably have them on Amazon for like 10 times the price that they were before. But let's see. I think you can buy the containers. Yeah, they have the whole containers of them. Like as a pre-workout. What I had from Costco was a bag with 3 different flavors with single packets in it. So you didn't have to have like the same flavor for the whole thing. Which, whatever. I don't know. I do like my energy drinks though. All right, I'm gonna get started on my studying. I might do like yesterday where I continue to, this is my Erin Condren planner that, this is my new one. I just got it on Friday. It's the 25-26 one. And I'd started transferring all the stuff over from my old planner into this one, but I didn't do all the things. And I have a stack of stuff. So I think as a warm-up to today's study, I might continue getting organized with this for a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to do all of it. Setting up a new planner is such a pain in the butt. This is the plastic snap-in sleeve. They used to all pocket, sorry. They used to all come with this, and then I can't remember, probably 3 or 4 years ago, they stopped. The coil clip, this coil thing, I added just to snap in, but it used to come with this plastic. It's just a zip pouch. They stopped doing that. So this is my really, really old one. It's kind of scungy, beat up, but I love it because it's good for odd bits. Like I have stamps in there, just like little business cards and Post-its and random things that I need to have on hand. So if I go to my eye doctor and I get a prescription or a card or something, I stick it in there. So it just snaps into the coil perfectly. Like you can buy these little coil clips from Erin Condren to be able to, I am not sponsored. This is, no. I just happened to get this in the mail the other day. And I love my planners. Yeah. So the other thing, this is like a little snap-in. They're just little mini Post-its. Again, not sponsored. I did put my, like everybody who orders from Erin Condren has a referral code in their account. Like every single person. I'm not special. I'm not an influencer. I'm not sponsored. I'm not trying to sell anything. I did include my referral code just in case, because if you did say, hey, that's a pretty cool planner, or hey, I like those Post-its, or whatever, and you wanted to look at their stuff and maybe order something, if you use my code, you get a discount, and then I get points or something. I don't even know what I get, but that's the only reason it's there. It's pretty much the extent of things. This is my mood lately. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is a sticker, not from Erin Condren. It's from Little Inklings Design. She's a Canadian, I guess she's kind of the artist. She makes planners that are like reading planners. I usually order from her. I didn't this year just because I'm moving. My life is in flux. I haven't been reading as much. But if you're a heavy reader, she has these amazing reading planners that are like normal planners, but with added like reading challenges and goals and page trackers and all kinds of cool stuff. She also does stickers. She does sticker sheets. She does these vinyl stickers. She has bookmarks and just all kinds of cool stuff. So if you're a big reader, check her out, Little Inklings Design. She's on Instagram. She has a website. She's amazing. I order tons of her stuff, and I love her. But yeah. But for now, I'm just using this planner. I'm not. Normally, I would have both because super nerd. Why not? I don't even know what all this stuff is. This shows you what a nerd I am. I'm not going to show it up close. This is just a list of any time I've done a cancer screening, had a vaccination, had an ECG, or when I've had like certain surgeries, or this just outlines all of my medical stuff in short form. It's important to keep track of this stuff, I'm telling you. Because, you know, you could go to your doctor and they'll be like, hey, when was your last mammogram? I don't know. Then I can look at my sheet. It's right there in my planner. This image. And there's a post-it on the back. Read the post-it. Okay. So yeah, it's just I keep track of things. It's important. especially with your health, you need to keep track of that stuff. There is a page. I'm just going to write it in here. This is a big old lesson. This, shred this. Stickers. I can shred this. This is my old heart and stroke BCLS and ACLS documentation. This is the old one though. In 2019, I can shred this. I just renewed my ACLS this year, so I am good. If you haven't learned CPR, please do. It's one of those things that makes a massive difference. See, eye doctor prescription. I wasn't lying when I said that was in here. Business cards. This is a quote from a doctor when I was, I can't remember the details of the presentation. I think it was on PROMS. PROMS is kind of patient measurements. In oncology, it's this thing that, it's a statistical thing that we look at. But the presentation was by this doctor, and she said, you have to listen to people when they tell you stuff you don't want to hear. And I like that quote because it's true. Sometimes people tell you things that you might find personally offensive or offensive to your culture or to your organization or your career path, or you still have to listen and you have to reflect on what they've said and what it means. And I find when people say things that are very triggering to you, there's a reason for that, and you really need to pay attention. So this used to be up on my it's on a heart post-it. I don't know what I did with I think they're in the drawer. I have a whole bunch of different colors of heart post-its, but I wrote this down and I stuck it up in my office because I thought it was like a really good reminder that sometimes people are going to say things and you're instantly going to have a reaction. You're going to get pissed off or upset or emotional or like, why are they saying this to me? That's so rude or whatever. But, okay, I don't know. I just got an error message pop up. I don't know what's happening here. More than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one string. I don't know what this error means. I don't know what this is. What does this mean? Is somebody trying to like restream my stream? I don't know what this is. Apparently I have a stream already going, but I don't. So I'm not sure what's happening here. Let me look at my studio dashboard. I don't have one. I don't have another one going. Can I refresh this? I'm gonna try to refresh this and clear the error. It's saying that I have more than one stream going and I don't. So I'm gonna try to refresh this and see what happens. It seemed to clear the error. I don't know what was happening there. That was really bizarre. It sounds like it was saying I had more than one live stream going, but it did not. Okay, that was weird. So anyway, it's just other little things. Do not fear the future. Amazing things are coming. Do your best with what you got. Never let go of your dreams. All of this can go back in my little sleeve here. Into I think I want this here. Well, happy Monday. So that's first hour. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and then when I come back, I will actually do some real work. Just trying to get planner stuff organized first. Anyway, so I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. Back. 7:10. I came back. It's calling one of my cats downstairs. Murphy, the one who's been sick, he's feeling much, much better. So the meds are working. He just woke up. And he's in that like soft, warm, cozy thing. So can I say no to that? Okay. Okay, let's get refocused. Set up another hour. I have a bit of yogurt for a snack while I was downstairs. I got my beverages. I have everything I need. Hopefully you have everything you need. We can get started. Cat. He has dementia and he's deaf. So he's fine. He's just loud. We'll stop in a minute. Hey, Eunice. Okay. I'm just into the second session for today. Pretty quiet. Nobody's really around today. How are you? You have a work from home day today? Are you tired? I'm tired. I didn't sleep well last night, but it's all good. Sticky. You're doing fine. I know you're very tired. You were up crazy late last night. Excuse me. Tomorrow's office today. Yeah, this is my reading week, so I have nothing all week. Well, I have job interviews Wednesday, Thursday. Excuse me. But no classes. No classes until next week. And but I am packing, so I've started that process. I'm running around making boxes. Like I make a bunch of boxes and then I do other things and then I come back, I start putting stuff in the boxes, but it's like only packing what I'm not going to need in the next few weeks, which is crazy because I don't know when I'm moving. Although I have to be out of this house by December 1st, but I don't know when I'm moving. It could be in 2 weeks. It could be in 6 weeks. I don't know. I don't know what the new place is going to look like because I haven't found a new place yet. Because I'm waiting to get a job. So interviews first, then job. Then I'll go up to Toronto and find a place close to where I'm going to be working. And then I'll have a better idea, but one step at a time, right? I like to try to get on top of things, but also trying to get on top of my schoolwork so that I don't get behind while all the moving new job stuff is happening. So I'm just trying to keep one step ahead of things, but you know, can be tricky. Just writing some due dates down. Yeah, the next probably, I'm looking at the calendar. My last assignment is due December 12th. So pretty much between the next 2 months, pretty much are just gonna be a blur. It would be nice to say, oh, but I can relax after that. I don't know if I can relax after that because my new job might be a little consuming depending on which job I get. But that's what makes life interesting, right? Keeps you on your toes. But I would have, 3 weeks off, 3.5 weeks off until the next semester starts after that. So a little bit of break from school for a couple of weeks. Next, in the winter term, I'm taking health research methods and leadership innovations in advanced nursing practice. So after this term, I have 4 semesters and then I'm done. But I do fall, winter, summer, fall, winter, and then that's it. So it's 18 months down to 17. Just gotta keep moving forward, one foot in front of the other, right? In the end, it'll be worth it. I never want to be in a position where I look back and think, oh, I wish I had done that, or I wish I made it work somehow, or if only I'd worked a little bit harder or not given up so easily, because the time is going to pass no matter what you do. So you might as well make it productive, and the choices I'm making are going to lead to a good future later. So it's worth it. Short-term suffer for long-term benefit, right? So I have 2 assignments due next week. I'm just I'm going to start working on this paper today. Try to get an idea of what I'm writing. Yeah, it will be worth it. I think so. You missed my beverage discussion today. So, Diet Coke, raspberry iced tea. This one's cool. It's like a glow-in-the-dark Starbucks cup. And then in my Halloween Stanley, it's water and ice and an Alani, like the flavor packet thing, energy drink flavor packet powder stuff in cherry twist. So yeah, have all my beverages. Yeah, I just got this one a week ago, this past week. It's pretty cool. I guess the moon glows in the dark. There's like little stars, little glow in the dark stars all over it. So that's kind of fun. It's like moths. They're like death head moths. Pretty cool. I like it. Thank you. It's like a theme matches. So what are you up to? Your work day must be done. How many liters? I think these are 750 mils. I'm trying to read the bottom. It's like 710 ml. Yeah. Not quite a liter. The Stanley is a liter though. But yeah. Yeah, you need to get some rest for sure. Rest is important. I did not sleep well last night. I kept tossing and turning. And didn't do well. So I had a late start to stream today. I started at 2 p.m. Eastern time instead of noon. Because, yeah, I was just, I don't know, could not settle. Try to get notes from last week. No, it's all good. No worries. Okay. I have 38 minutes left on this. An inch closer. I have a little foot thing under my desk that's in the way. Okay. I cannot get that article. Hey, Pax. How are you? Nice. I feel like maybe we keep missing each other, or you're busy doing other stuff, or maybe we're just passing ships. I'm just grabbing some journal articles that were assigned reading. I was doing it like each week. I'd love to get the articles I needed for that week, but I'm just going to get the rest of the semester, like the next 6 weeks, and put them all in their folders and have them all ready to go. At least for this class, because he gives us the reading list in advance. My other instructor does not. Sleepy today. Yeah, today is Canadian Thanksgiving, so it's a holiday here in Canada. I don't celebrate because of it's more of a personal protest against the colonization of Indigenous peoples in Canada, so I don't do Thanksgiving. It's just not my thing. So I'm not doing fancy dinner or anything crazy. It's like a work day for me, pretty much. And just reflecting on colonialism and, all that stuff. That's very distressing to me when I think about it. But yeah, I did not sleep well last night. I was tossing and turning all night. So late start for me today. I was going to start at noon, but I didn't start till 2. So, hopefully make some progress today though and get through it. So. But yeah, I notice a lot of you. Is it a holiday in the US for a different reason? Obviously, your Thanksgiving isn't until the end of November, but I don't know if there's a different holiday in the States today. Or if you just took the day off for other reasons. Two weeks straight. Oh my God. That's a lot, dude. I'm sorry, but that's just. I think the most I did when I was nursing, I think I did 9 days straight, 9 12-hour shifts straight. And that wasn't even intentional, really. It was 1 year over Christmas, and the union rule was you either work Christmas or New Year's, and you had to do one or the other, and then you would have 5 days off. Like, so if you did Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, you'd have Boxing Day off, and then I know Boxing Day isn't like, is it a holiday in the States? I don't think it is. I think it's just Canada. But then you would have 5 days off over New Year's. So this 1 year, I think I was scheduled to work Christmas, like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Like I'd worked the few days before, and then I was supposed to be off, but we were short staffed, and they said, "Do you want to work Boxing Day?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I do," because that's like extra holiday overtime. So I ended up working that because it's double time and a half or something crazy, right? Like it's an easy way to make $1,000 in one shift. Like who's gonna say no to that? So I ended up working that, and then I think I had 1 day off, and then they had a bunch of sick calls or something, and they said, "Do you want to work New Year's too, like New Year's Eve, New Year's Day?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." So I just kept working. I think in like a 10-day period, I had 1 day off in the middle, but I worked all the other ones. And when I came out of it was all night shifts, like 12-hour night shifts in the ICU. And when I finished, I was just like, I don't know what planet I'm on. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know my name. I was just, yeah, that's crazy. 15 to 16-hour days. Doing what? What do you do? Is that rude of me to ask? I'm just curious. Because, yeah, when I was in the ICU doing it, even through COVID too, it was, I don't want to talk about that. I still have PTSD from that time. But um, yeah, just doing insane shifts and only sleeping like 3 hours in between those shifts, and just, you come out of it all zombie. The trick with it being at the end of the year, like this time of year isn't bad because, at least in Canada, how it works, you pay most of your taxes and employment insurance and all of that extra federal and provincial taxes and stuff at the beginning of the year. So the second half of the year, you end up getting to keep more of your money. So it's smarter to do overtime in the second half of the year, if that makes sense. But the trick was when you do crazy overtime over Christmas holidays, your pay period ends up falling into the next pay cycle, like the next year pay cycle. So you get paid in January. So it all gets sucked up by taxes. I was pissed that year when I did this crazy stretch of shifts because I thought, oh, this is awesome. I'm going to get, all this holiday overtime paid out. No, that was a huge mistake. I should have banked it and had it paid out like in days off or vacation days or something, because that I screwed myself there. But lots of install prepping, planning, admin, and operations. Is it like an IT thing? Like what type of company? Is it your own company, Creative Arts? Is it your own company, or do you work for people? Oh, that's cool. I used to work indirectly for film, television, concerts, while I was in nursing school for like a good 5, 6 year period, in the early 2000s. I did catering backstage at concerts. Um, we did film locations, TV shows, all the things. Pretty much every large show that came through Toronto, every feature film, every big TV show, every major concert, everything, we catered it. So we were always backstage. Everybody knew us. It was fun, but crap long days. Because for concerts, I'm sure it starts like 5 o'clock in the morning. People think, oh, lights, camera, it starts like showtime. No. No, because you're there when the stage trucks arrive and production arrives and they're setting up. So you have to feed everybody breakfast, and then you're there the entire day setting up dressing rooms, stocking the buses, you know, front of house drinks, stage drinks, like you're doing the entire day. And then you got to serve lunch, and then you tear down lunch, and then you're setting up for dinner. And yeah, it just never ends. It's like endless days. Um, I did that job, and we would do back to back. So I would do like a TV show in the morning, and then like we did all the Degrassi. So when Drake was still a baby and he was an actor on Degrassi, which is hilarious, but we would do like a TV show in the morning, and then there'd be a night shoot for a movie. And so we'd tear down one, drive back to the kitchen, unload, load up for the next one, and haul ass down there for a night shoot. Or you would end up you'd go to the kitchen after your TV show during the daytime, like say you serve lunch on a TV show, drive back to the kitchen, unload, load up for um, you're bringing the dinner to the concert venue. So then you drive down there, and back then there was like barely any security. Now, oh my God, it's insane. Um, if I wanted to go to any show now, it would be like pulling teeth. Back then, I could walk into any venue in the city and just be like, "Hey," and they'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I could sit on the stage and watch any show I wanted. Things are very different now. So, but yeah, I kind of miss those days. I miss working on film sets. That was my favorite. Like I worked on Dawn of the Dead the entire shoot. It was awesome, just walking through the hot set and seeing like all the, you know, or just watching them do all the zombie makeup, and that was kind of fun. But I still have all my passes. I don't know, they might be up here somewhere. I'm in the process of packing because I'm moving soon, so I don't know where any of my stuff is. But I saw them recently. Maybe they're around somewhere. But yeah, I have all my backstage passes still from when I worked there. All the concerts, like a huge stack of them. Back when it was House of Blues, now I think it's Live Nation. But yeah, it's a different world. You really gain perspective on things. And so many people I know talk about, oh, I love to be famous. They have it so easy. It's like, dude, no, you have no idea how brutal life is on the road or, on set. It's just, yeah, Live Nation's now. I didn't know if it was still Live Nation or if they switched hands again. Back when it was House of Blues, it was actually fun, but Live Nation's like business, 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 right? Road life is brutal. Like you know, became friends with a lot of, people that were on the road. I'm not going to name drop because that's pointless, but big people. Like if I said names, you would definitely know who I'm talking about. But they were on tour for like years sometimes. And, they're big enough that people just use them for money, for status, for clout, for trying to get themselves into the industry. Like everybody always wants something from them. It's disgusting. And they try to maintain family and relationships and just a sense of normalcy, but there is no normalcy because they're just one city to the next, to the next, to the next. And it's like interviews and, people also don't realize what tour support is. That all the money that's spent on tour, they have to pay back to the record company. Like it's not a free for all. It's crazy. It's a whole different world, but it's really sad. Like I'd see what it would do to people because maybe they would start out in Toronto and then they do like a year of shows and then they'd be looping back for their second leg and I'd see them a year later and they're just exhausted. They don't know where they are half the time. They're just miserable. And it's just sad. And there's a lot of adultery. Like I get it. It's rock and roll, but it's not even that. It's just they're so lonely and it's just hard being on the road and away from your family and away from any sense of intimacy and closeness with somebody. And it's just never mind the drugs and the alcohol. People do what they got to do to cope, but and not to mention people are just feeding it to you. Like, yeah, part and the number of people, oh, backstage, it must have been such a party. It's like, no, it's not a movie. It's not a movie. It's not this fantasy world. It's production. It's stagehands. It's people working. That's what it is. They think it's this big glamorous thing and it's just not. It's just not. So yeah, I had my dabble in that world. Part of me misses it. It was very hard work. Met some really amazing people, but I was never the starstruck type. I don't get all like, ooh, famous people. I really don't care. which is probably why I could do that job for so long. But no, a lot of interesting people, met a lot of very incredibly talented people, but it's not the glamour world everybody assumes it is. Yeah, exactly. And most of what makes things look good on camera later is post production. Like, how people look in real life is not what they look like on screen or on camera. They just don't. None of that world is glamorous. It's post production that makes that world glamorous. So it's editing and lighting and Photoshop and filters, and that's what makes people look good. I guarantee half the time, if people saw these celebrities walking down the street, they would not recognize them. They just wouldn't, because they look like normal people in real life. You know, once you take away the hair, the makeup, the lighting, the all the sparkle and glitter and filters and everything, you would not recognize them. You know, it's crazy, crazy world. It was fun though, the creative aspect of it. And then there's like sometimes I'd be at a show, and even a few shows that I've seen. Bye, Eunice. Get some rest, okay? I'll see you next time. Maybe tomorrow. But yeah, PAX, even some shows I've seen since then. The last show I saw was in Toronto. It was Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp. And I remember when Jeff Beck came out, I was sitting front row. Jeff Beck came out, and I was like right there. Watching him play, I mean, he's since passed away, which is heartbreaking, but watching him play, I was just like, holy crap, like the talent, like he's so elegant in his performance, and just, it's mind-blowing that somebody could have that level of skill. Even at his age, I was watching his hands and I'm like, no arthritis, nothing. It's so smooth and perfect, and it's just, it was impressive. So or Alice Cooper. I saw him a couple of years ago, and that dude is, you know, he's not a spring chicken, but he kills it every time, and it's such a good show, and he's got such power over the crowd. It's just mind blowing. It's so much fun, you know. And you see certain artists, they have this magnetism that draws people in, and their performance is just impeccable. So being around that is just, you know, certain artists that I remember years ago, I went to see Etta James at the Jazz Festival in Toronto, and I was sitting on the side of the stage watching, and I went specifically, I wasn't working that show, but I went just to see, yeah, he does have a great team. But yeah, I was really excited to see Etta James because I loved her music, and I never got to see her before that, and she died shortly after that. But I remember sitting on the side of the stage, and her voice is just, she was a tiny little lady, but this magnificent voice. I was like, oh my God, I'm so lucky that I get to be here so close to her and get to see this. It's just, it was touching. I was really happy. So it's, I'm very fortunate that I was able to have that job and work in the industry and get to see all the things that I did. Because yeah, it's, just finish that hour. Yeah, so that's your job. You get to live and work in that world. Yeah, she was such a lovely lady. There was a lot of really, even on film sets, like some of the people that I've met, just incredible talents, very sweet people. I mean, I've met some jerks, don't get me wrong. In the music and the film industry, I've met my share of assholes. But a lot of them, like one of the most amazing people I've ever met was Robin Williams. He did a few performances of his comedy show in Toronto, and oh my God, one of the most interesting, smart, sweet, just caring, loving man. He was just, I can't even, like, he was so gracious and kind and just cared about other people so much. Like, just all we were doing was serving food and setting up the dressing rooms and making sure there's drinks on the buses and stuff. And he would come out at the end of every performance. Well, he was super kind to the staff. Like, it was myself and my sister were the only ones working from catering, at least. You could hear him down the hallway singing. Like, he would sing and walk around. His dressing room door was always open. He was always singing and running around and talking to everybody. And then at the end of the night after his performance, he would go out the stage door and spend probably an hour, hour and a half just talking to fans, like just talking to them and doing autographs and just listening to people and taking photos and doing hugs. It was just, he genuinely cared about his fans and about people who took the time to come and see him. And I don't know, he was just a light in this world, I'm telling you. He was really sweet. And there was a few stars that I met over the years that were like that. And it's amazing that they didn't get destroyed by the industry, you know? Because I've seen a lot of people get destroyed and shoot up and spit out by the industry, and it's heartbreaking. But anyway, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break. That's a good segue. But yeah, it's interesting to talk to somebody who knows what I'm talking about because, you know, usually if I talk to people about how my experience working in the industry, who did you meet? Who is the most famous person? Do you have autographs? And I'm like, no, I don't do that. It's not my thing. It's not what interests me. But anyway, I'm going to take a 10 minutes and then I'll come back and do an hour. Yeah, no, I was never a starstruck autographs kind of get pictures with people kind of person. It's not my thing. I'm not interested. However, it was nice to work with people, and he only did that once. The only person I ever got gaga over where I was just like, oh my God, there he is, I can't look, was David Bowie. But I mean, come on, it was Bowie. Like, of course I'm going to get stupid in front of Bowie, right? It's when he was opening, oddly enough, which I'm like, how is this even a thing? He was opening for Moby when Moby did the Area 2. Was it Area 2? It was that tour, which I thought it should be the other way around because who the fuck is Moby? But Sting. Yeah, Bowie. I was just like, I couldn't talk. It's just ridiculous. It was so funny, but that's why I have two David Bowie tattoos. I have this one. It's "We Can Be Heroes," and then I have my Rebel Rebel right on my collarbone. But yeah, I'm a huge Bowie fan. So yeah, I got goofy in front of him, but that's pretty much it. I don't really get weird in front of celebrities. But that was kind of comical. Anyway, I'm gonna take this 10-minute break and I'll be back. this Bowie from Labyrinth. I actually have some Labyrinth. I have a little, I call it Sparkle Bowie. It's the little Funko Pop of Bowie as Jareth. Again, I don't know where it is. I think it's downstairs. And I have this art piece. Let me grab it because I already have all my art stuff over here. Probably too difficult to see on camera, but it's just this like paper, like it's a thin, and it's just between two pieces of glass, but it's like a paper cut. It's all one piece of paper that was, it's this artist on Etsy, but I have 4 pieces by this artist. One is Labyrinth. I have Edward Scissorhands. I have a Harry Potter and an Alice in Wonderland. Like they're just these really cool images. But I love Labyrinth. I love Bowie. It's I don't know where my little Sparkle Bowie Funko is. I think it's downstairs. When I just took a break, I was building boxes. My sister brought me a bunch of flattened boxes, so I'm like, got all my packing tape and my X-Acto knives, and my Sharpies, and I'm just gonna bring some tape downstairs for the next break. So I want to get that out, and I have a package of Sharpies. I'm gonna grab some more. But yeah, moving is such a pain in the ass. But I'm excited. I'm excited to move. It's necessary. Just looking for. I bought AJ a pack of Sharpies. So I bought this for like the big ones because they're good to mark boxes with. I was just making boxes. My thing is, I have a lot of books, so that's why nobody wants to ever help me move, because I own a lot of physical books. I have an app on my phone where I track my physical books. It's over 1,000. I have 1,500 physical books. This is why when I move, everybody scatters. That being said, I am hiring movers this time around. So my sister always says, why don't you get rid of your books? It's like, excuse me? No, not an option. So day off for you, and are you doing work now? Are you reading? What are you doing on here? Should be sleeping. I'm gonna message my sister and ask her for more of those boxes she brought me because they're good. articles. With your dog blindness, reading and sleeping, reading and sleeping. Yeah. I used to call those days zombie days. Mm-hmm. What is this? Just read the article. I'm fine about it. Just give it. Holy shit. My print is going to be loud. It's playing it somewhere. I'm going downstairs and check on my rabbits because the window's open and they get terrified if outside noise. okay out there. There's these kids playing across the street. They're just so loud. Bunnies are cool. They're sleeping. It happens. Or just do my thing. printing a thing. An hour is up. This assignment, I'm confused. This assignment is very vague. And in the last class, he said, don't overthink this assignment, just follow the instructions. Well, the instructions are super big, so how are we supposed to not overthink it? Of course I'm gonna overthink it, I don't know what's going on. So I Googled the paper topic to see what other people have done. I found a really good one. I'm not gonna copy it, I just want to kind of get an idea of the structure of what it should look like. And this is like totally the ice melted. So that's why I don't like using glass cups. I need to take this downstairs. It was Diet Coke with ice, and now it's just watered down flat Diet Coke. So I'm not happy. But I still have raspberry iced tea. And I have my water with Alani. My cat Joe is yelling because it's kitty cat dinner time, so I'm going to go downstairs. 10-minute break. I'm going to feed the monster kitties, and because, you know, clearly he's dying. Feed the cats and the bunnies, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hopefully I will have a better perspective of this assignment because it's making me cranky. All right. Take my phone. I will be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Joe always acts like he's gonna die. For everything. Just, he's gotta pee, he's gonna die. Needs food, gonna die. Woke up from a nap, gonna die. It's just, screams like his little legs are being ripped off. But he is perfectly fine. He just ate a whole bunch of cat food. He's got pillows, blankets, toys, another cat. He's got his bunnies. He loves his bunnies. He's got everything his little heart could desire. He's just gonna scream like this. So he screams like this when he poops. Before he poops, after he poops, he's got to let everybody know about it. So that's just Joe. He's always been a little weird, but now that he has dementia and he's deaf, he's very weird. He screams very loudly because he can't hear himself, so he just gets really loud, and then sometimes he does this like weird vocalization. I brought him to the vet. They've done all these tests. He's perfectly fine. He's actually extremely healthy for his age. He's like 16 years old, so he's an old boy. My aunt's like, why don't you put him to sleep? I'm like, why? He's my cat. Like, yeah, he's weird, but so you don't put people to sleep because they're old. Strange woman to say something like that. He's very healthy. I brought him to the vet. They did the whole geriatric panel with blood tests and urine and everything. He's perfect. So no way am I getting rid of him. I love him so much. I mean, he's annoying sometimes when he starts up that screaming shit at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I kind of want to strangle him, but I would never touch him. He's my baby. I spoil that cat rotten. Yeah. It's just part of it. My aunt doesn't really get how people can have relationships with animals. She thinks it's weird. So but I mean, my cat Murphy got really sick on Friday. I took him to the vet. He spent the day there. He's much better now. He's the gray one that comes and sleeps up in this tree. $1,400 later. Do you know how many people would have been like, just get rid of the cat? It's like, no, there's no choice. There's no question about it. It's, that cat is sick. You bring him to the vet. Whatever they charge you, that's what you pay. That's just how it is. You figure it out. Yeah, no. Murphy got really sick once. He was in the vet for 12 days. He had that urinary crystal blockage. He was in the vet for 12 days. The vet was so cool. They used to let me go every night and hang out with them for like an hour or two. That they didn't charge me for a lot of things. That was like a $4,000 situation. Murphy has cost me more, but then Joe, he's had multiple dental surgeries to have all his teeth removed because he's got that bone reabsorption thing. So that was pricey too. What are you gonna do? You just pay it. I don't know. It sucks, but it's part of having animals. You just figure it out. Yeah. You just suck it up. I don't know. I don't have kids, so this is my cats are cheaper than kids by far. So it's okay in my book. It's just part of the deal. And I mean, I don't have a car because I don't drive, which is a whole thing. People get all bent out of shape because I don't drive. I do have a driver's license. I'm not an idiot. I didn't lose my license doing bad girl stuff. I do have a driver's license. It's just, I don't know how to drive, which I'm going to be turning 53 next month. Seems crazy, but hear me out. I've lived in Toronto since 1992. Toronto has an amazing subway system that's like way faster. Parking is insanely expensive and hard to find. It's crazy traffic. It's insane. It would be like somebody in New York City saying that they don't drive. It makes sense. Why would you drive in New York City? Same with Toronto. A lot of people don't drive in Toronto because it's too expensive. I usually pick a neighborhood where everything's within walking distance. I take the subway, the streetcars, everything. Like it's a normal thing that people do in Toronto. So being there for years and years, it was like, why would I get a car? That's just dumb. So moving to the city I'm in now, oh my God, the public transit here is a disaster. I ended up moving a few blocks from my work so that I could walk because where I was living was a 40-minute walk each way. And I was doing that in the dead of winter, which is like minus 25 Celsius, like insane. If I was going to stay in this city, I would for sure have to learn how to drive and get a car because this is not a pedestrian friendly city. But in Toronto, it's like public transit's it's awesome. It's fast, it's cheaper, it's just common sense. I don't know. Yeah, it's gotten this past winter, I think there's always a few days in the middle of winter that get like minus 40 Celsius, which I don't leave the house. It's those temperatures that just make no sense and make me angry because I'm talking the wind chill is like minus 40. The actual temperature is probably like minus 30, but it's just there's no reason. It's horrible. So that's not our whole winter. Our average in winter is probably like minus 7 Celsius, which is really not a big deal. It sounds crazy if you're not used to that, but it's really not that bad. Just put a hat on and a coat, you're fine. It's those crazy cold days with the wind. That's what I can't stand is that super frigid wind. And then if it snowed and you got to go out and you're shoveling, and then under the layer of snow, there's like a thick layer of ice you got to hack through. Oh my God, it's really horrible. But that's not our entire winter. That's usually just like probably about a month-long block between end of January and February. February can be pretty brutal here. But the rest of the winter is really not that bad. You get used to it. What I don't like is the gas bill because that's having the heat on. You get used to wearing sweaters and socks and 15 layers in the house because you don't want to put the heat on because it gets expensive. But yeah, my gas bill in the summer was easy $200, or in the winter was easy $200 a month. It was ridiculous. Sometimes a little bit more than 200. I was getting angry at one point. But where I lived in Toronto, I lived in a condo and I didn't pay for heat. It's just part of condo building fees, whatever. So that's why I don't drive. But meeting people here, they're like, you don't drive? What, did you lose your license? I'm like, no, I have a driver's license. I just choose not to drive. People get all weird about it. I don't know, like I'm some kind of freak. I'm not a freak. I just, you know. Okay, let me see if I can get into this assignment. It's like when I tell people I don't drink alcohol and they get all like, what? Are you in recovery? It's like, no, I just don't drink alcohol. What's wrong with you? You don't have just a drink once in a while. It's like, no, I don't drink alcohol. I don't like it. It gives me an instant headache. I feel nauseated. Why? I just don't like it. I don't know. I don't get that warm, fuzzy, happy, fun thing that everybody else seems to get. I just don't. I feel sick almost instantly. I don't like the taste of it. It doesn't make me feel good. And then later I just feel even worse. Why would I do that to myself? It's here, drink this poison. Okay, why? I don't, because you're supposed to. It's fun. No, it's not fun for me. really is not. But yet, yeah. People pressure me. Yeah, everybody's like, you don't just have a glass of wine with dinner. I'm like, no, I have energy drink, raspberry iced tea, water. I have lots of other beverages. I don't need wine. Exactly. I just, not a cocktail girly. That's not me. But yet everybody I talk to, they're like, let's go for drinks. I'm like, I don't want to. And then if you're the sober person with a bunch of drunk people, you just want to strangle everybody because they're so loud and so obnoxious. And yeah, not my scene. Yeah. Apparently that makes me really boring. Okay. And then insult. There you go. I know, I got a Red Bull. I think is it peach one? White peach? Crazy. And I have different size ice. I have like the little tiny marbles and the bigger marbles. My Stanley has a special ice tray that fits the, I'm kind of an ice nerd. Yeah, plus it's one thing to be getting like hammered every weekend when you're 20 years old, but when you're like 50, if you're still doing that shit, it's like, what's up with that? I asked somebody that once because we went out to lunch. It was like on a Monday afternoon, like early lunch. And he was getting like double vodka sodas. And he had like 3 of them over lunch. And I was like, okay. He wasn't driving, but still, it was like, it's kind of weird for the middle of the day on a Monday. Like, is that about what people do? They drink like that in the middle of the day? Yeah, it was really weird. Yeah, he was drinking double vodka sodas. And then we walked around for a while because I had to run some errands. And then I had to pee. So we stopped in and he's like, oh, let's go to this pub. I'm like, I don't care. I just have to pee. Went in there. I came out of the ladies' room. He, I think, was in the washer. I don't know where he was. So I got just a Diet Coke. He comes out, orders 2 more double. And I'm like, okay, you know what? So later that night, like I left, I went home and he messaged me and I was like, what do you mean you just got home? He said, oh, I stopped on the way home for a few drinks. And I'm like, you had more alcohol. Like, I was shocked. Like, I had seen him drink 6 double vodka sodas, which is like 12 shots in the middle of the day. And then he got more on the way home. I'm like, and he was speaking normally. Like, I wouldn't have known that he had any alcohol, which concerned me because I'm like, that means he does this all the time, that this is normal, that he's not crawling on the floor. So I just asked him, I was like, what's up with that? He got crazy mad. He's like, what? It's a nice day. I'm just, I just stopped at a patio with some friends for some drinks. What's the big deal? And I'm like, all right, dude, I don't want to hang out anymore. Because that means no self-awareness and the defensive anger, and then that level of alcohol is like just a Monday afternoon normal nice day kind of I was like, no. I'm like, go find yourself a little lady that is the same, because but to each their own, I guess. But that freaked me out. And then afterwards I was like, maybe I overreacted. Maybe that's how people normally. But no, I think that was very excessive. So I don't know. But I see it a lot. With women, it's wine, because I think wine is more socially acceptable and less of a red flag in terms of alcoholism. So you see it a lot. Like, let's get wine after yoga. Let's go to brunch. Let's, drink a whole bottle by myself with dinner. It's like, that's not, no. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. To me, it's like you have one body. Why do you want to mess with it? I don't know. As I sip my Red Bull. That reminds me, I took my vitamins. I had stomach surgery. I don't absorb vitamins very well, like from my food, so I have to take these guys every day. And they gotta be spaced out through the day. I don't know. For some reason, drunk people also always want to drive. I drive better when I'm drunk. Do you know the number of times I've heard people say that? It's like, no, you don't. But they will insist. I guess they're not self-aware of what's going on. They don't realize how ridiculous they sound and look. But I've worked in critical care trauma. I've seen what happens when people drive drunk. It's horrific. That's bananas. People are silly. Unfortunately, yes. I have seen things that belong in horror movies, not in real life in front of me. So I've seen some really, really messed up stuff. And I also worked the whole pandemic in the ICU. And that was its own little batch of horror and nightmares and PTSD. So naturally, I have a job interview this week with the manager of an ICU in Toronto, so that I could go back into that nightmare. But yeah, I've seen some messed up stuff. And it used to be that I would think that, you drive drunk, accident will happen. If you're texting and driving, accident will happen. Like there's a cause and effect to horrible things in life. But then I worked in ICU and I realized there's no cause and effect. There's just not. We would have a drunk driver wipe out an entire innocent family. Driver walks away with barely a scratch. Just a random person waiting at a bus stop. A car just slams into the whole thing and they end up paralyzed from the neck down at 19 years old. Just really screwed up stuff that you're like, what the hell? Like completely random. It really messes with your head. And then you got to try to make sense of it and help your patient try to make sense of what happened. Or you get the patients that attempted suicide multiple times and they keep waking up in the ICU, pissed off that they were saved. I had one patient jump from an 80-foot bridge and survive. And scooped out every bone in his body was broken. He was livid. And he gets the added bonus of excruciating pain and multiple surgeries and physiotherapy. And, it's just, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. I've seen women who were beaten by their partners with hammers. I've seen prostitutes who jumped out of cars on the highway trying to escape people trying to kidnap them. I've seen really messed up stuff. I won't get into those things, but yeah, pretty bad stuff. Or even during the pandemic when nobody was alive in the hospital and people were dying, and I'm on an iPad hugging the patient while their family watches them die. Like it, yeah. And the minute that person died, we would wrap their bodies, they would go. 20 seconds later, a new one would come in, and it would be the same story over and over. How do I deal with that? Dark humor. If you know any nurses, they'll tell you dark humor. If anybody heard some of the things we would say, they would think we were absolute monsters. But it's the only way you can cope with it is you have to laugh or you will go insane and you won't be able to do your job. When I would leave work at the end of my shift, I would take my scrubs off because the hospital provided the OR greens. I would leave my scrubs. I would take off my scrubs, put my own clothes on, put the scrubs in. It's a Scrub X machine. You put your dirty ones in and get fresh pair out. And that was me leaving all of this shit at work. It stays here, I go home. Reminding myself repeatedly, these are not my people. My people are at home. I have a job to do. I have a list of tasks I have to do. Don't get me wrong, I care deeply about my patients. I would do anything to help them. I have stayed over shift. I have missed all my breaks. I have literally climbed into bed and cuddled a patient before because they were freaking out because they were dying. I will do anything for them, but they are not my people. And I have to keep reminding myself, they're not my people. They're not my people. My people are at home. I worry about them. These are not my people. So my job is to keep them alive for 12 hours. That's it. So if I focus on that, at the end of the day, I take off my scrubs. That stays at work. All of that stuff stays at work. And I get to go home and worry about my own shit because you can only take on so much, right? You can only take on so much of the pain of existence, and you can't, if you try to take on their stuff and you burn out really fast and you won't be able to do your job. I try, don't get me wrong. I mean, I 100% have PTSD from working pandemic. Ask any nurse who worked through COVID, they will tell you the same thing. We are all deeply screwed up from that. Not even all the political craziness around that, just the hands-on in the hospital chaos that we went through. Any nurse who did that will tell you how screwed, especially in the ICU and emerge, they will tell you. It was like, I can't even talk about it. People ask me, what was it like working in the, I can't talk about it. It was horrible. So, like I would have actual panic attacks that there was another wave of something, and I'd be like, dude, I can't do it again. At the end of COVID, I remember I was at work and it was like near the end of that third year, and the infection control people were creeping around one of our isolation rooms and putting tape on the floor and stuff. And I was like, hey, what are you guys doing? They were like, oh, we're marking this decontamination spot on the floor. I'm like, what? For what? And they said, oh, you're on Ebola alert. I'm like, dude, no. I was like, you know what? I can't do this. Like, Ebola now? Like, I just, yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Nurses, it's a tricky balance. You really have to figure out how to process all that stuff. and know when to step back. Like, I questioned a lot of like, why did I move to this city for this job? And like, I didn't want to come here. Like, why did I do that? I think it's because it was the very end of the pandemic. What I really needed was a 2-week vacation somewhere tropical. That would have fixed whatever was going on in my head instead of me having to come here and move to this city. And yeah, I just needed a vacation. So I guess this is my 2-year vacation in this city. Now I'm going back. Do you take a lot of vacations? I think most people take vacation every year, right? I haven't had a proper vacation since 2012. I went to Paris for 2 weeks, but I haven't had a proper vacation since then, which is not okay. But that's cool. It's awesome. I like when people take trips that they can bring their dog on or before U.S. Thanksgiving. Yeah. I live in a border city, so I grew up here, so I totally get how crazy U.S. Thanksgiving is. And it's always the few days before my birthday is November 29th, so I always get the good Black Friday sales for my birthday, which is awesome. Yeah, you are working too much. You should for sure take a vacation. It sucks when I'm in school because it's like right at exam time, so I usually have to study and oh hey, new friend. I didn't see really any of our usual people here today. Yesterday was hopping. There was a lot of people on, but today it's been pretty quiet. But I guess, yesterday it was the weekend and everybody's back to work and stuff right now. Yeah. I know that's one thing I'm like, oh, I'm really excited about these job interviews I have this week, but and it's like, right, then I have to work plus do all my school stuff, plus move and it's gonna be a crazy couple of months coming up. But that's what happens, right? Life just piles up and just make it work. Yeah, I have an interview on Wednesday and one on Thursday. The one on Wednesday is for an ICU job, and the one on Thursday is for a manager job. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Of course, I get an automated phone call the other day from the power company saying, by the way, your power's going to be off on Wednesday because they're trimming trees around the hydro wires. And I'm like, yeah. And then they said the alternate day is Thursday. I'm like, of course. So the manager one, I mean, there's pros and cons to both. If it's just the regular ICU nurse job, it's good because it's flexible, right? Like I could have Wednesdays off, no problem, to do my course stuff. I could pick up extra shifts if I need more money, that kind of thing. So it's a little more flexible, but it is doing patient care, which I haven't done in a couple of years, and which is fine. It's just kind of cheap for that. The manager job pays very, very well. There's no night shifts. It's like a Monday to Friday, no weekends, no nights, no holidays. Pays really well, like I said. But it's a lot of work all day, every day. It's just a different level of intensity. I think if both offered me a job and said pick one, I would go with the manager position though. Just because it's more in line with what I just did in the job I left in July. And it's kind of what I'm going towards future wise. Pays better. Usually you get manager perks too, like unlimited vacation and an office. So yeah. But honestly, I just want a job in Toronto so that I can move back. I just need to get there. And I'll be happy. Who knows, maybe neither of these will work out and somebody else will call me next week and offer me another interview and that's the one I'm gonna get. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna play out. My gut feeling is telling me things are gonna happen really quickly over the next few weeks. So I'm trying to brace myself for that, get ready. That's why I started packing already. I don't have a place to to move to. I did give notice on the house I'm living in now. I rent it. I let my landlord know I'll be out by December 1st at the latest. So I have to move either way. But I started packing just to get on top of things. But I really hate moving. I hate moving. It's so disruptive, right? But it'll feel good to get back there. And once I settle in, it'll be good. know why I keep yawning. I'm not tired. 4 hours. So, I might call it for today. I really think that's enough for today. 4 hours is a lot. So. I learned the hard way that I don't want to get overtired and sit here too long. Because I've done really long streams and it's not good for me. So I think I'm going to call it. I was thinking I may do another hour, but it's almost 7 p.m. And yeah, I don't want to just do this. I have other stuff I want to do today. So I can come back to this tomorrow. But it was fun chatting and hanging out, and I'm getting tired. I was like, I'm not yawning, I'm not tired. Yeah, I'm tired. Yeah. And I find when I'm working on assignments, it's better if I do a bunch and then step away from it for a bit. It's not like straight reading or taking notes, it's different. When you're writing papers and stuff, you need time for it to sort itself out. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, you just overthink things, and I don't know. I do my best work if I do some stuff and then step away and just kind of let it percolate in my brain for a while, and then I come back to it. So if I come back tomorrow, it'll just flow easier. But if I force myself to do it tonight, it's just not going to work. So, yeah, that's how just creativity things are like that, right? You just need time for your subconscious to work it all out. So yeah. Tomorrow, Tuesday, I plan to stream. I usually don't on Wednesdays because I usually have class, but it's reading week. I do have my interview on Wednesday in the morning, so I might stream in the afternoon. I don't know. Or actually, no. What time's my interview? So I'm mixing up the times. I think the Wednesday one is in the afternoon. Yeah, the Wednesday one's at 2:00 in the afternoon. The Thursday one is 11 in the morning. So, but I'll stream tomorrow. I don't know what time. I always say noon, but depending on how I sleep tonight and how everything transitions. But this assignment's giving me grief, so I need to get on top of it because it's due next week. So I don't want to leave it, But I do need time for it to percolate. So I'm going to end the stream here. Thanks again, Pax, for hanging out, and everybody else who stopped in and said hi. And I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you next time. Bye.